Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside. Superb stop.
Well, Newcastle will be pleased with their start here. Denied only by a great save.
And a throw coming up after that authoritative challenge. Fernandez. Noni Madueke. Can he get them in front? And a goal! Not wasting much time today. They strike first. Joelinton. Tonali with it. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. Dan Burn. Sandro Tonali. And he was and it's with Isaac. Determined defending. So the corner played into the box. Well, the goalkeeper made it look as though there was no pressure on him whatsoever. Palmer with it. Might be able to set up the chance. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
The danger here as he runs at them, but quick thinking defensively. Jackson. Excellent defending. Noni Madueke. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. Oh, managing to beat him. And he's waiting in the centre, unaccompanied. And a goal it is! But offside is the verdict.
Well, it's a good finish, but he was just offside. Great decision by the assistant.
Joelinton. Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. And an astute piece of defending. Madueke. It needs an accurate cross. And gobbled up with ease by the keeper. Bruno Guimaraes. And Chelsea with the ball again. Oh, good vision. Well, deemed to be offside by the nearest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Harvey Barnes. Very quick thinking there. Palmer. Jackson on the ball. Good weight on that pass. And in the perfect position to read it. Guimaraes. The Magpies looking creative. It's a fierce effort! Well, the keeper did his job. Didn't really have to work hard, in all honesty. Well, no way through. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. And there it breaks. breaks down, but credit to the defence. Isaac. Oh, this looks useful. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Bruno Guimaraes. Able to get a body in the way. Now he must favour the cross. Joelinton. Can he get the level? And a goal! The equaliser! Superb entertainment. Cucurella. And fed back to the goalkeeper. Cucurella. Noni Madueke. Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. And the first 45. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Trippier. Jacob Murphy. It's with Joelinton. Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Guimaraes. Trippier. With the game level, let's see what they can do with this corner. Goalkeeper's ball, it was always going to be that way. And a strong tackle. Well, he was eager to have a go, but it didn't work out for him. Moises Caicedo. Fernandez. Newcastle doing well to regain possession. Speculative effort here. Well, no mistake from the keeper, acting decisively. Malo Gusto. Might work out. Chelsea couldn't maintain possession. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, Derek, he plugged away in that first half, making run after run without too much success, but eventually he got his reward. And what a save, but still a chance.
Threat over for now, it seems.
Well, that could so easily have been the lead for Newcastle, but credit to the goalkeeper, that was a very good save.
And looking to apply further pressure from this position. Failure to keep the ball on the part of Newcastle. 30 minutes left for play. Pedro Neto. Regained possession. Plenty of support here. Sandro Tonali. Joelinton. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Palmer. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. Well, they were very patient, but they no longer have the ball. Bruno Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. And it's with Isaac. And pushed away to safety. And the referee has given them a corner. And the danger is still there. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. 20 minutes to go. Sandro Tonali. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. Nicely timed tackle. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Trying his luck. What a commitment to defending. And space to cross it. Will it happen for them? The threat was there, but no problems now. Guimarães. Trippier. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Joe Lincoln. Murphy. Still pushing for a winner. Prevented the damage. Good idea. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Sandro Tonali. And unable to keep possession. Palmer with it. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Sandro Tonali. Harvey Barnes must take the lead here. Oh, he's been foiled. How pivotal could that be at this stage of the game?
Well, it was a good save, but that was the chance to win the game there. That could be their last opportunity.
Perfect challenge. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, a goal! And is that going to be the one that wins it for them? There's every chance, and the fans are lapping this up. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. And there goes the final whistle.
The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
A very warm welcome from the City Ground, just by the banks of the River Trent. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and it's a game from the Premier League on the way. It's Nottingham Forest, and they take on Chelsea.
Cheers, Guy. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm anticipating a good game today. The coaching staff have done all they can. Now it's about taking it onto the pitch.
Here's how Nottingham Forest line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Here's how Chelsea line up.
Well, it's very similar, isn't it? It's so important that the number 9 isn't left isolated. Both teams are going to have to make sure that they get players in and around them when they get forward.
There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Morgan Gibbs-White. And he'll have a go here. Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Neto. Working hard to win it back there. Gibbs-White. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Anthony Elanga. Chelsea have possession again. Madueke. Enzo Fernandez. Malo Gusto. In the right position to cut out the pass. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi. That has stopped any potential danger. Gibbs-White. Chelsea recovering possession well. This is a positive-looking move. And that's a shame for them. Nothing doing. Madueke. Chelsea being afforded too much space here. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. It's played into the box. A little too strong there. It will be a goal kick. Callum Hudson-Odoi. There's room to do something here. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Oh, a drop in focus and a cheap throw-in conceded. Nicolas Dominguez. Chelsea have it back now. Pedro Neto. Gibbs-White. Good work to recover possession. Madueke. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. Chalobah. Neto. Decent delivery, and it only needed a touch. Promising looking attack, this. Having a look. Switched on and ready to intercept there. A little sloppy on the ball there. That set up the chance. Can he finish? Back off the bar. Oh, so close. But now they can breathe again.
Yeah, that was so close, Guy, and I thought it was going in. It's a huge relief from the keeper there.
Fernandez. Neto. And that brings the first half to a close at the... So away we go for the second half, and still goalless. Milenkovic. Aina. Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. Morgan Gibbs-White. Ola Aina. Gibbs-White. Locked for now. Pedro Neto. Now there could be a chance to counter. Surely needs attacking. Danger averted for now. That's a good ball. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Chris Wood. Trying his luck. And there's the opener. The all-important first goal of the game. Gusto. Trevor Chalobah. Mark Cucurella. Madueke. Enzo Fernandez. Out of play for a throw and maybe just a lapse in concentration. Hudson-Odoi. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. A chance to get in behind with that. Ilanga. Hudson-Odoi. There's a sense of real urgency to this attack. Gibbs-White. Ilanga. And away from danger it goes. Hudson-Odoi. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. And the hard work pays off. They've won the ball. Taking this on. Well, not a million miles away.
No, it was close. Decent effort that. Just need to keep plugging away and surely the goal will come.
Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Madueke. Chance to get something going here, but able to deal with the danger decisively. Well defended. Madueke. Making decent progress here. And the flag's up. Offside the call. Wood. Plenty of space to attack now. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Really good pass. Can he finish? Yet to find a way to goal. So Chelsea trailing, but what can they do with this corner? Well read to gain possession. Nicolas Dominguez. Well, still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Fernandez. Untidy in possession there. Wood. That set up the chance. And the defender in the right place to stop it. Elanga. Take things forward a notch here. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? It's played into the box. Oh, it's a nightmare for him, that. It looks a really good chance to score. Well, that brings the match to a...
Two London sides from different parts of this great capital, and when they meet, it's very difficult not to keep your eyes focused on what's going on. Arsenal against Chelsea coming up next live on EA TV. It's North London against West London coming up. In other words, Arsenal against Chelsea here at the Emirates. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me today is Stuart Robson. Stuart, this is usually feisty.
It certainly is. It's another London derby which has become very competitive recently. If both teams play at their best today, we should be in for a great game.
And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. Bukayo Saka plays with Gabriel Martinelli on the flanks. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Takes on the shot. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend.
Well, it's been a fast start by Chelsea here. They've done everything but take the lead. But carry on like this and you just sense a goal is coming.
Well, a really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Good weight on that pass. And teammates to play it to. Well, it didn't happen for them in attack. Jackson on the ball. Madueke. Cleared away comprehensively. What can Chelsea do from this position? Well, it didn't worry the keeper. Better play for what will be a Chelsea throw. Palmer. Effective challenge. Enzo Fernandez. And Chelsea have given us away. But he's certainly not alone. Declan Rice. And nicely parried away. Moises Caicedo. Noni Madueke. Well, it's all about passing as they try to hit the front. Opportunity! Just can't get it past him. Saka. Chance perhaps. Just narrowly off target. The ball back with Arsenal now. Neto. An attack full of promise. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. And tremendous individual skill. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. And Chelsea looking dangerous, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Saka. Madueke. Now, who can he play it to? Can he put them in front? Stopped a certain goal. Gabriel Martinelli. See players waiting in the middle. Just the challenge that was required. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. He continues his run. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Trossard. Not the pass he had in mind. Palmer with it. Could be threatening. Can he give them the advantage? And the keeper more than equal to it. Trossard. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end.
Well, as you can see, Chelsea have dominated the last 15 minutes and created a hatful of chances. But when you're enjoying that amount of possession, you need to make it count.
Yes, who knows, maybe another opportunity in the works for them. And there we have... So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. William Saliba. It's with Ødegaard. Timber. Plenty of support here. Thomas Partey. Martinelli. He's blocked it. Able to get a body in the way. Trossard. Counter-attacking, very much an option. And they'll regard that as a very disappointing end to the move. Martinelli. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. And just losing control of the ball, and it will be a throw-in. Attacking possibilities for Chelsea. Oh, moving it nicely. Now, options are plenty. No disappointing end to the move. Ball lost by Chelsea. Really good build-up, but no end product. Jackson on the ball. Crossing possibilities. And nothing comes of this attack. To move it forward with purpose and control. Oh, it might be. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. And Arsenal have won the corner as they try to take the lead.
Well, this is a big moment, and don't these fans know it?
Well, the keeper very decisive. And with that, the attack fizzles out. He has teammates around him. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. distributing it well. Moises Caicedo. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Jackson on the ball. Arsenal regaining possession. Rice. And here's Martinelli. Palmer with it. Given away by Chelsea. Long way out this. Well, I must admit it didn't trouble the keeper to the extent that I thought it might. Martin Ødegaard. Bukayo Saka. Arsenal remain on the front foot. Can they find a winning goal? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Trossard. Well, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger.
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
Now what can they do from here? He does have pressure to deal with. Chance here. And a goal! At this stage of the game, it might be decisive. And just look at their supporters. William Saliba. Jakub Kivior. Rice with it. Martin Ødegaard. Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Time and the scoreline against Arsenal. But still they're in this. Well, it came to nothing in the end. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Very effective pass. Is this the moment? And foiled only by the crossbar. So the final whistle now, and disappointing. Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly dramatic proportions. Be prepared for genuine excitement. Next on EA TV. Hello and a warm welcome to a stadium that always oozes passion at St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It's Newcastle United and they face Nottingham Forest.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. And he has options available. And he cuts in from the wing, but really sticking to their task defensively. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Callum Hudson-Odoi plays with Anthony Elanga out wide. And up front, it's Chris Wood. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, he's such a composed finisher, and he's got the technique to match. He's a top-class striker.
A corner will ensue. Joelinton. Fine work from Nottingham Forest to win back possession. Anthony Elanga. And a chance for them to nudge in front. Can they convert? And denied by the keeper. Impressive. Joelinton. Tonali with it. Isak. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Chris Wood. And he takes on the shots. Still a chance. Corner coming up. Let's see about the delivery. Sound piece of defending. Promising pass. Really good challenge. Room to roam on the wing for Newcastle. And still looking for space. Pulls it back. Could be threatening. That is really alert defending, just when the situation looked dangerous. He continues his run. Looking to cut inside. Really good build-up, but no end product. Livramento. And on to Barnes. Succeeded in blocking it. Bruno Guimaraes. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Jacob Murphy. Guimaraes. Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes. And playing it through. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position, only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders, but on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
And they have possession again. Now, options are plenty.
Well, there we have it. This has been a really poor game so far. The players need to pick up the tempo and be a lot braver with their passing and their movement. This can only get better.
Barnes. Oh dear. Well, that's not one that's going to linger long in the memory.
Well, he had a go there. Nothing wrong with that. But he's got that all wrong.
Hudson-Odoi. And wasteful there from Forrest. And the ball back with Newcastle here. And scope for them to produce something exciting. Well, not the end result he had in mind.
Well, we know he can hit them from that sort of range, but that was a poor effort in the end.
Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Must take the lead here. Still work to do. Ball is loose. Oh, that's a real chance. And there it is, a goal. I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper. So the second half is underway. Newcastle United have the lead, but this is a long way from being settled. Bruno Guimaraes. Joelinton. Tino Livramento. Well, we know they can pass the ball better than this. Tino Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Chris Wood. Can he find the right pass? Opportunity. He's blocked it. No, high quality defending. Well, very enjoyable to watch in the first half, wasn't he, Harvey Barnes? Stuart, what have you made of his contribution?
Well, I'm sure the manager will be delighted with him. He'd have drilled it into them to keep their focus, keep playing through to the half-time whistle, and it certainly put them in a good position to go on and win this now.
Morgan Gibbs-White. Oh, good-looking run. Williams. Hudson-Odoi. Can he get the level? Magnificent defending. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Feeding it through. Joelinton. Harvey Barnes. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Harvey Barnes. Nicely timed tackle. Guimaraes. The Magpies pushing forward with options available. Really is a lovely example of... Oh, and it goes! Sensational strike! And now he deserves to celebrate! Elliot Anderson. Williams. And in possession, Milenkovic. Well, Newcastle have it back now. Murillo. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Really good wide play. Hudson-Odoi. And that was goalkeeping right out of the top drawer.
It's absolutely remarkable. His reflexes were brilliant there.
And the keeper's hand does the trick. Sandro Tonali. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Hudson-Odoi. Morgan Gibbs-White. Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. Absolutely right out of the top drawer. Fabian Schär. Well, by playing keep ball like this, they're keeping the opposition at bay. Well, it can be so difficult to play against a confident passing team when you're trailing. Murphy. Tonali with it. Still ahead by a goal and moving the ball with purpose. Morgan Gibbs-White. Well, time is against them. They have work to do. Now he must favour the cross. You can sense the threat is there. Oh, that's a really good run. This could square the game. And it has! Such late excitement. And no wonder they're jumping for joy as we speak. Byrne. It's with Joe Linton. Guimaraes. Joe Linton. Bruno Guimaraes. A move of promise. Is it going to end with them scoring the winning goal? Options in the middle. Isaac. Brilliantly blocked. Really took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. And we will have just one additional minute. Dominguez. And it's with Gibbs-White. Could be threatening. Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. Well, this corner could be pivotal. It might represent the last chance to get in front in the dying moments. And the whistle is sounded.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Hello to you from St James's Park, Newcastle, a modern-day rarity as a stadium that's almost right in the city centre. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. The live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Newcastle United versus Arsenal.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off, though, and they start quickly. But I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it. through.
And with that, the first half is underway. This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park. And leading the attack is Alexander Isak. This is how Arsenal line up. Declan Rice plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park. And they're playing with just one up front. They've given it away here. It's all getting a bit scrappy. Hold on to the ball is the coach's shout. Jurrien Timber. Murphy. Guimaraes. This is a positive-looking move, but it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Declan Rice. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Barnes. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product.
LJJ, please contact your nearest security guard. Thank you.
Arsenal with the ball again. Bruno Guimaraes. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Leandro Trossard. Could be a chance. Oh, that's not properly away. Well, it comes to nothing in the end.
Still don't know how he's kept that out, Guy. But if they keep conceding chances like that, you feel it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's not just goals that can lift a team, they have to capitalise on that. Yeah, it's not just goals that can lift a team, they have to capitalise on that moment. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Arsenal trying to get things moving. Oh, wonderful stop from the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
Tino Livramento. Sandro Tonali. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Looking to cut inside. That was well spotted. The attack is over. Kieran Trippier. Jacob Murphy. Oh, yes, please. There aren't many who'd even try that. Guimaraes. You can feel his pain after seeing that fly over. Really well struck. Thomas Partey. Timber. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Barnes. is over. Really good defending. Tonali. Isak. Tonali. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence. Guimaraes. Murphy. And that's been seen as a foul. Free kick. Timber. Timber. A chance to cross here. And that brings to a... Well, the second half underway, and let's be honest, things can only improve. Able to skip past his man. Arsenal have a corner now. Could get themselves in front with the right ball in. And it's a short one. Rice. Ødegaard. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Arsenal regaining possession. Promising position this. Ødegaard. And it's there. They have a goal. And they have the lead. Share. Burn. Guimaraes. Working hard to win it back there. Isak. Read the pass well and cuts it out. A chance now for a quick transition. And the promise of something happening is over. Isak. They found a way through. Barnes. The effort shut out. Corner for Newcastle, and a goal here would really change how this match is looking. And the corner comes to nothing. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won.
Arsenal haven't controlled possession, but as we know, possession isn't everything in the game. They certainly look threatening when they do have the ball, and they'll be happy to let the opponents play in front of them if it ends up like this.
And they're on the move again now. Wasteful from Arsenal. That's a good ball. Is this the equaliser? Having a try. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Untidy in possession there. They're not getting close enough here. And this could be. And they've scored again. That puts them further in front. What a position to be in. Share. Joelinton. Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Given away by Arsenal. Good ball in behind. Well, to err is to be human. And that's disappeared into thin air. Leandro Trossard. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Oh, late pass or slow getting back. Offside either way.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. You've got to give him time to get back on side. Surely he can see what's going on.
Sloppy in possession from Arsenal. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't.
This looks promising from Arsenal. Can he finish? It's a 3-goal lead, and the win almost guaranteed. Berg. Fabian Schär. Joelinton. Struggling to keep the ball there. Joelinton. And the defender left behind. Oh, pick that out. The moment he took that on, you knew it was going in. William Saliba. Time is on their side, and the score is in their favour. Thomas Partey. Arsenal with width here. Weighted beautifully. Rice. Odegaard. Good work from Arsenal to win back possession. A free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. And that's been overdone. It's gone out of play. Jacob Murphy. Isak. Goes for goal. And they've scored. This is not yet over. They'll have to be quick about it, but just one more needed now. Partey. On to Rice. Martinelli. Good work to beat the marker. Chance to deliver into the box. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. And it's all over with the...
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed stadium. Don't miss a second. Stay with us for every minute of the action.
Hello and welcome to Nottingham. The City Ground is our venue today. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position. And it's a game from the Premier League on the way. It's Nottingham Forest facing Newcastle United.
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them their final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre-forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
Oh, Reed, what a chance! And it's an early lead! A terrific start! And the game restarts with the score 1-0. Milenkovic. Aina. Anthony Elanga. Good work to recover possession. Guimaraes. More good football from them here. A chance to move clear, maybe. Guimaraes. In the right position to cut out the pass. Well, you can't blame him for taking it on, but lacking the accuracy required. Goal kick. Elanga. Elanga. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Promising looking attack, this. Trippier. And it's on now. Good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Giving a try. And it's there. The lead didn't last long. They're back level already. Chen. And played back to Nick Pope. Joe Linton. Now Tonali. Tino Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Joe Linton. Guimaraes. Moving the ball around well here. And this could be. Can he finish? Terrific point-blank save.
Well, I thought that had to be a goal, but the keeper pulls off a tremendous save. It's cat-like reflexes.
Milenkovic. Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Chance here. It's in! That gives them the lead, and well deserved, you have to say. Byrne. Livramento. Joe Linton. No need to do anything other now than pass it around. Barnes. Having a try off the crossbar. It was looking good, but not all the way through.
Well, that wasn't far away, and a 2-goal lead would have certainly changed the game and the approach. But as it is, though, it could still go either way.
There's no moping about the missed chance as they set about making another. Bruno Guimaraes. Tackle. The chance has gone. Good width with this attack. Looking to cut inside. Chance for the equaliser. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Into the box it goes. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Shed. Now Trippier. Fabian Scher. Bruno Guimaraes. Dan Burn. Tonali. Sandro Tonali. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Wood. Hudson-Odoi. Finds himself with space now. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Isak. Well, he went for power and got plenty of that, but was never anywhere near. And they need to be better on the ball than that. And there's the whistle. And the game restarts. Nicolas Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. Now Tonali. Joelinton. Guimaraes. They're getting into a good position. Trippier. Isak. Isak! And there's the hat-trick. He'll be taking the match ball home. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Joelinton. Nicolas Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. Now to deliver a good ball in. Could be a chance to break here. Is this the equaliser? And it's there! A goal that draws them back on level terms. Shed. Kieran Trippier. Fabian Scher. Dan Burn. Barnes. Guimaraes. An attack of genuine promise developing. Now, can he get the cross in? Great chance here. Could be now. Back off the post. And the move has come to an end.
Oh, that wasn't far away, was it? They do well to create the chance. They just couldn't quite finish it off there.
Yeah, and they could be going close again soon.
Good work to recover possession. Lovely, incisive ball. Tonali. Murphy. Sandro Tonali. Guimaraes.
The owner of the red hatchback blocking the emergency exit.
Chance to cross here.
To a vehicle immediately, thank you.
And away it goes. And the game will stop. Offside. Bruno Guimaraes. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Jacob Murphy. A move of real promise now. Chance to deliver into the box. And the forward progress continues. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. Could take things forward a notch here. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. There could be a chance to win the game here. But able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended. Elanga. Have a go here. Looking to put the cross in. That's a good ball. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Tino Livramento. Jacob Murphy. Players waiting in the centre. Tonali. This could be it. It's in! And it might well be the winning goal. And the game restarts with very little time left for any more drama. Hudson-Odoi. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Joe Linton. A really good interception to take the ball. This could be threatening. The effort shut out. And the referee brings the game.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Hello everyone from North London, the Emirates Stadium. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Arsenal facing Newcastle United.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
This is how Arsenal line up. Bukayo Saka starts with Gabriel Martinelli out wide, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park, and leading the attack is Alexander Isak. Arsenal come away with the ball. Moving forward under no real pressure. Rice. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Bruno Guimaraes. It's on for the shot! But well watched by the goalkeeper, and not one for the highlights. Martinelli. Now passing. Gabriel Martinelli. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Unsurprising who we've singled out as our player to watch. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, I love the way he plays. He makes the game look easy. His first touch, his dribbling ability, the way he sees a pass, and then he...
And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. Ødegaard. On to Partey. There could be something building here for Arsenal, and that's where it ends. Could get it over now, and the danger is cleared. Well read to gain possession. Barnes. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Leandro Trossard. And the flag's up. It's offside.
Well, he's got to do better at getting himself back on side. He's just stood there. No idea what's going on around him.
Isak. The whistle goes for a free kick, and this could be really promising. And it's off the bar. That was a really well-hit free kick.
Oh, it was a lovely strike this, and I thought it was flying in. So did his teammates. It's really unlucky.
Martinelli. And that's straight into the first defender. They could level it here. And it's in! The goal to get us back to level pegging. Third. Now Tonali. Joelinton. Tonali. Joelinton. Tonali. Not going any further for now. Sandro Tonali. Joelinton. They're allowing space and he's finding it. And the promise of something happening is over. Arsenal with width here. Odegaard for the lead here. And there it is. He's doubled up for the day. Third. Now Tonali. Joelinton. Share. Now Trippier. Tonali. Too much weight put on the pass, goal kick. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Pushing forward now to make the right choice. Guimaraes, surely the equaliser. It's there! That didn't last long, they're back level already. And the game restarts with the sides level. Kieran Trippier. Now Tonali. Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Bruno Guimaraes. Now Tonali. Jacob Murphy. Kieran Trippier. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. Pass cut out, what can they do now? And the defence tidies up nicely. Isak. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? The effort's shut out. Well, he's played a starring role up to this point. He's been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. It was an almost perfect performance, and when you're playing that way, you just don't want the half to end, and hopefully it's the same.
Hold on, chance! Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. Odegaard. Jurrien Timber. Onto Odegaard. Making decent progress here. Sloppy in possession from Arsenal. Goes for goal! And there's the hat-trick! He'll be taking the match ball home. Fabian Schär. Now Tonali. That's not a good pass. It's easily been cut out. Declan Rice. Gabriel Martinelli. Trippier. Now to deliver a good ball in. Great chance here. And it's in now. And you can see immediately from the goalkeeper's reaction, he knows he had to do better than that. Timber. Partey. Now Saliba. Ødegaard. Now Partey. Untidy in possession there. Guimaraes. Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes. Joelinton. Now Tonali. An attack of genuine promise developing. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't.
Barnes. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Barnes. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. It looks the right ball. Saka. And that's where it ends, with chance for the lead. Oh dear, it's a miss. It's an effort he won't want to see again. Sandro Tonali. Promising move this, a goal now would surely be the winner. And unable to retain possession. Has the space to whip it in here. Have a go here. Oh, what a time to score! A goal to surely win the game. Really good interception to take the ball. William Saliba. Nicely taken away. It's gone out for a throw. Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Getting brought to a halt. A free kick given for that. Joelinton. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Now there might be a chance to level things. And that's where it ends. Joelinton. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Tonali. Isak. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Well, the referee has blown.
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. My name is Derek Ray and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. What do you anticipate seeing, Stuart?
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
And here's the lineup for Manchester United. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Matthijs de Ligt plays with Noussair Mazraoui in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Christian Eriksen now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Beautifully weighted ball. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. There's still danger here. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation.
Well, United have started the game really well here, and that was a big chance to open the scoring. Great save, though.
Oh, this looks useful. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Højlund. Clean challenge. Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. United could be onto something. And I think it's fair to say he really should have been able to give the keeper a test from there. Ayoub El-Kadi. Might work out. He might be able to make it through. And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. Manuel Ugarte. Bruno Fernandes has it. Mazraoui. Now de Ligt. Maguire. Manuel Ugarte. Christian Eriksen now. Teammates available. Has eyes for goal! It looked as though it had a chance of going in for the equaliser.
It was close. It was a decent effort. Just need to keep plugging away now, and surely the goal will come.
And easily intercepted. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Bruno Fernandes. And it's in! A goal for Manchester United, who find themselves now level. Ortega.
Well, there's been a change in United's approach here. They're now trying to dominate possession, combine with short passes and play at higher intensity. It's very pleasing on the eye, that's for sure.
Ugarte. Mazraoui with it. Christian Eriksen now. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Højlund. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. What a block! Well, the goalkeeper doing what he's paid to do. Who can they pick out? Well, still an issue here. Given away by Manchester United. He'll have a go here. And the keeper more than equal to it. Over it comes. Well, not away properly. Intercepting it intelligently. Nice weight on the pass. Put them ahead. And a goal! He's put it away. A celebratory moment. Rexos. Here's Gelson Martins. And in possession, Chiquinho. And can they make one of these passes count? I just couldn't play that decisive ball. Mazraoui. Could be threatening. And pushed away to safety. Not all that convincing defensively. And so it is. Second half underway, with United looking to build upon a largely positive first half showing. Manuel Ugarte. Mazraoui with it. In the right place to cut out the pass. Ugarte. Mazraoui. And played to the front post. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Chiquinho. Rexos. Gelson Martins. Nicely timed tackle. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Bruno Fernandes has it. Mazraoui. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Martins. Ortega on the ball. This looks interesting. Ayoub El-Kabi. And a goal! Real excitement here, the equaliser. Maguire. Christian Eriksen now. And we have 30 minutes to go. De Ligt. Christian Eriksen now. Højlund. United being afforded too much space. Is this the moment? Stopped a certain goal. Did well to win the ball back. Christian Eriksen now. Chiquinho. I must say, this looks promising. Might take the lead. How can he take them on and beat them? And options in the centre. Eriksson. And that is defending of the highest order. Oh, strong hand on the ball.
Well, you can't take your eyes off this one, because there you have it. Plenty of chances for both teams in what has been a really good game so far.
Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Gelson Martins. El Kabi. Can he find the net? Well, credit to him for trying it. Didn't miss by much. Christian Eriksen now. Couldn't keep it. Well, that one has promise. Able to skip past his man. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. 10 minutes to go. Well, they still have designs on the win. Over the top. Højlund. Given away by Christian Eriksen.
Well, what a final few minutes we have here. And the fans are certainly playing their part. But can they take one of these chances that come their way and win this game?
Could be. Strong hand on that one. Christian Eriksen now.
Well, I have to say, I thought that was the winner. But Onana has pulled off a brilliant save to keep his team in it.
A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Chiquinho. And they're on the front foot, looking for a winner near the end of this game. Simple catch, really. Error by the keeper might give them a chance. Nice switch of play. And the shot. Magnificent defence. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. Stuart, your expectations?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Odriozola. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Not smooth in possession. And Real Sociedad with the ball again. Sucic. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. El Kabi. Chiquinho. It needs an accurate cross. Johnson Martins. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Oh, and the flag goes up.
Well, he needs to be more aware there. He didn't work hard enough to stay onside.
Will it happen for them? Really good, strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. And a tidy challenge. Released it nicely. Takes aim! A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Corner awarded. Well, getting the timing completely wrong there, it must be said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He mistimes it, and it ends up being a poor finish.
Ayoub El Kabi. Just the challenge that was required. Kubo. Throw in for Real Sociedad here. Well, that's a completely wasted throw-in. Plenty of support here. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Well, difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Martins, making sure it didn't get past him. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw in. Takes on the shot. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. With the game level, let's see what they can do with this corner. They take it short and played in. Disappointing pass. Danger here as he runs at them. Wonderful chance! Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Johnson Martins. This could be troublesome. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early. Oyarzabal. Might work out. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger.
The pressure was high, and they could be in here. Ayoub El Kabi. Very quick thinking there. Well, you've got to savour such moments. It's there for him. And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. David Carmo. In possession, Panayotis Retsos. Chiquinho. Here's Gelson Martins. Gelson Martins. Working so hard to win back possession. That is that. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Gelson Martins. Looking for that final pass and for that chance to level the game. And with that, the attack fizzles out. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Chiquinho. A very good tackle. Good tackle taken away. Well, he was influential in the first half, it's fair to say. Oyarzabal.
Oh, Derek, can he finish it here?
Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Not the pass he had in mind. El Kabi. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, we're into the final half hour. Untidy little passage in midfield there. And support available. And let's give credit to the defending. Well, no point in stopping play, advantage with them. Well, trying to let them continue, but now he's gone back and awarded the free kick. Not there to intercept. Plays it back. This could square the game. Oh, but no! Heroism flashed in front of his eyes. Couldn't take the chance.
Well, I think that's a poor miss. They really should be level now. Will they come to regret that?
Kubo. And quick thinking defensively. Gelson Martins. And unable to keep the ball. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. And intercepted it. And all the way through it goes to the goalkeeper. Real Sociedad unable to hold on to it. Dangerous looking attack. Plenty of players waiting in the middle, and it might be. Well, he didn't plant the seed of fear on the goalkeeper's mind, that's for certain. El Kabi. Giving it their all in search of an equaliser. Well, a crucial intervention inside the box. 10 minutes to go.
Well, these fans are right behind the team here. Can they get the equaliser, though?
He doesn't have to do it on his own. This could be the equaliser. What a vital intervention. A bit wasteful from Real Sociedad. Sergio Gomez. Oh, he's given the ball away. Well, this game will shortly be history, and the home side appear to be on the wrong end of the scoreline. Stuart, give us your take.
Well, their attacking play's been too slow, it's lacked penetration, and at times it's looked devoid of ideas. But can that change in the final few minutes here? It only needs one moment of magic.
Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Now he must favour the cross. And there goes the final. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. And welcome everyone to England's Northwest. The action soon to get underway here at Old Trafford. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. Stuart, your expectations?
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. This is the team Manchester United will go with. Andre Onana is the goalkeeper. Matthijs de Ligt plays with Nusser Masraoui in the fullback positions. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And introducing the visitors lineup today.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, but they can't allow their centre-forward to become too isolated. And that will be determined by the two players in behind him. They have to affect the game and be the key players here.
And defensive play to be applauded. Gelson Martins. Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
Ugarte. Masraoui here. Well, that's wonderful attacking play. Ugarte. Well, the fans want to see a shot. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. That's a good-looking pass. Given away by Manchester United. And out for a throw-in. Just misfiring with the pass. Gelson Martins. And options in the centre. He might yet finish. And a very good challenge. Nusser Masraoui. Højlund. Back to Fernand. And nothing comes of that attack. El Kabi. Fancies a pop from here. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Good use of advantage in United's favour. Manuel Ugarte. That the denial of a goal scoring. Opportunity. It's over to the referee. What's she going to do? Well, they've been getting the substitute ready, and now they will make the personnel change. Decent technique, but the goalkeeper did his job. Opportunity maybe for United here. Clearance needed to be better. Electing to shoot. He's blocked it. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Oh, genuine chance. Oh, incredible save. And he snuffed out any sign of danger.
Well, I think United have changed the way they're playing here. Rather than being direct with their passing and movement, we're now seeing them play far more intricate combinations. They really are trying to dictate the way this game is being played.
Clean challenge. Bad pass. Bruno Fernandes has it. Højlund. Manchester United unable to hold on to the ball. Johnson Martins. Martins. Oh my word, there's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Well, that's an interesting pass. Really important tackle. And so the first half story has been written. Half-time here at Old Trafford. So back underway with United looking to plot a route back into this game. Maguire. Mazraoui with it. De Ligt. Manuel Ugarte. Maguire. Ugarte. Showing patience, looking for the equaliser. And clears the danger. Good tackle. And the defensive intervention there. That's a good-looking ball. Promising possession, this. And it's in! A goal for Manchester United, who find themselves now level. Rexos. And back to Giolakis. In possession, Panayotis Rexos. Chiquinho. And space to cross it. Now what can they do from here? Well, he hit it with authority. Close. "30 minutes left for play. Excellent vision. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Maguire. United might be able to cash in. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Might be a chance to break. Takes aim. It was on its way in. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. Gelson Martins. Nicely timed tackle. Oh, good vision. To take the lead. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Restos. Here's Gelson Martins. And in possession, Chiquinho. Now, let's see what they can do here. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Bruno Fernandes has it. Højlund. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Possession changing hands. Chiquinho. Rasmus Højlund. And options in the centre. And playing it back. Splendid defending. Ayoub El-Kadi. Here's Gelson Martins. Well, on the attack, hunting for a late equaliser here. Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. Time is not on their side. This corner could help their prospects as they look for an equaliser. Played into the centre. Brilliantly blocked. Keen to take it short here. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Christian Eriksen now. And given away. Well, every second must seem rather like a minute if you're a United fan. They're almost there, almost over the line. Stuart, what have you made of their performance today?
Well, they should have had this wrapped up long ago. Some of their football has been excellent, but they're going to need to be resilient in these final few minutes to get their much-deserved victory.
Might be able to set up the chance. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Well, that certainly wasn't a clean challenge. Over to the referee. What did she think about it? And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. And there it is, the final whistle. their fans, ready for a showdown that could... Hello everyone, welcome to San Sebastian, or Donostia as it's called in Basque. We're at the Estadio de Anoeta. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner as usual is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Tenacious tackling, excellent defending there. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. That's a good-looking pass. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Excellent strike! And the keeper more than equal to the task. And the keeper more than equal to it. Increasing the pressure, another corner it is. He read the cross, but now must clatter it clear. They've given it away. Bryce Mendes. Ayoub El-Kadi. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Bryce Mendes. It's with Oyarzabal. They really had to be on their toes defensively given the circumstances. El-Kadi. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. And that is a below par pass. A delicious piece of skill. El-Kadi. Textbook defending inside the box. They're using the space really well, you've got to say. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. He has teammates around him. Ayoub El-Kadi. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Trying to switch the play, but he overhit it. Just cutting off the supply. In possession to give them the lead, maybe. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Chiquinho.
Well, Real Sociedad should have taken the lead, but what a save that was. Top-class goalkeeping.
Playing with plenty of zest and energy on the front foot once more. That's a good ball. Chiquinho. Effective press. Gelson Martins outdoing his opponent. And a fine tackle. Take it away. Martins. Here's Gelson Martins. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Oh, fancy footwork. Martins cuts it back. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Subimendi. Luka Sucic. Well, the half-time. So back underway here into the second half. Gelson Martins. And support available. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Could be dangerous. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Excellent technique. Carlo. In possession, Panathinaikos Retsos. David Carlo. Chitinho. Gelson Martins. And Real Sociedad will get the throw-in. Takafusa Kubo. Plenty of running room in the wide position. Excellent defending. El Kadi. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. And Real Sociedad have it back now. Plenty of support here. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
And what's he got to do, Sergio Gomez? It'll be a Real Sociedad throw. Bryce Mendes. And having a goal! And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Ayoub El Kadi. They really had to be on their toes defensively, given the circumstances. Luka Sucic. And snuffed out the danger immediately. What can they do from here? He has time to play it over. Oh, great attacking play. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. And the keeper can gather. Takafusa Kubo. Luka Sucic. Gelson Martins. Can they hit on the break? But quick thinking defensively. Just the challenge that was required. Gelson Martins. The inside route looking promising. Deflected behind, so a corner here. Can someone get on the end of it? Well, they've lost the ball. And they're on the front foot, looking for a winner near the end of this game. They couldn't maintain possession. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Kubo. And defensive play to be applauded. Not a very good challenge, and he skips past his man. Big chance. Vital intervention. Well, the two sides still locked together, and a set piece, a corner, can make all the difference. Oh, that is extraordinary! True athleticism to make contact in that fashion, and it's one of the finest goals you're ever likely to see. Simply stunning. Not a huge chunk of added time, 1 minute. And there it is, the full-time...
Match day is upon us, fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. My name's Guy Mowbray, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith for commentary, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Sue, what are we going to get from this one?
Well, thanks as always, Guy. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been buzzing ahead of kick-off. Let's hope the football lives up to the atmosphere.
Here's how Chelsea line up.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this, it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch, so it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Having a try, but well watched by the goalkeeper and not one for the highlights. Mark Cucurella. They need to be better on the ball than that. An attack of genuine promise now. Great chance here. Kept out, but for how long? Maximovic.
Well, I thought we would...
Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. But unable to find a teammate in the middle. Madueke. Space to attack here for Chelsea. Out of play. Throw in to come. Really good pass. And he'll take this on. Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Juricic. Chelsea recovering possession well. Nemanja Maximovic. Good work to regain possession. Oh, and he's left his man behind. And he's won the ball to stop the goal. Both teams guilty of being careless in possession. Madueke. Players waiting in the centre. Pulls it back. And the substitute has made the difference here. On to give them the lead. Ingerson. Maximovic. Sverrir Ingi Ingerson. Promising looking attack, this. They could level it here. It's there! That didn't last long. They're back level already. Neto. Chalobah. Enzo Fernandez. You really shouldn't concede possession as easily as that. Chelsea showing good width here. Cuts inside. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? And well read, just as it was looking promising. Excellent working goal there. Well saved. Ingerson. Sverrir Ingi Ingerson. Maximovic. Bart Schenkeveld. Tete. Space now to get a crossover. Real opportunity. It's hit the woodwork. Oh, now hang on, the flag's up. The effort would have been in vain. Madueke. That will keep the attack moving nicely. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Tete. Now it needs a good ball in. What a chance! Oh, seeking his second goal, but the keeper stops it.
He's certainly been bright, getting himself into good positions on a regular basis, but this time the keeper's equal to him.
And that whistle. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. Enzo Fernandez. Madueke. Fernandez. Nemanja Maximovic. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Oh, could be a chance here. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Neto. The counter looks on here, options available. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Ingerson. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Well, sometimes you just need a bit of quality to get yourself back into a game, and he produced that. I do feel that they need to step up in the second half if they're going to go on and win this, though.
Perfectly anticipated, really well won. An attack of genuine promise developing. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. The game just lacking a sense of rhythm at the moment. Noni Madueke. Nicely sets it up. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Nemanja Maximovic. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. Crucial defending. Fernandez. Chelsea trying to get things moving. Options available in the middle. beaten his marker here, and the effort is wide.
Yeah, the keeper was in a good position, probably would have stopped that anyway, but it is a good effort, Guy. If you look at the stats, they show just what an entertaining game it's been. There's been plenty of chances at both ends, and hopefully we don't see a drop-off in the tempo now.
Having a try. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. And there's the whistle as the ref gives a free kick. Pedro Neto. For the lead here. And ready. Oh, that's an incredible waste of a really, really good chance.
He's offside, so it wouldn't have stood anyway, but you've got to be hitting the target from there, though.
Tete. Chelsea have possession again. That's excellent. In to cut out the danger.
Well, the clock's still ticking, and you can sense the atmosphere in here. The fans just urging them forward in the hope of a winner.
This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? And it's on now. And the shot thwarted. Tete. That set up the chance. We'll have a go here. The effort shut out. And that's a corner, and it could provide the winning moment. They've given it away here. It looks the right ball. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. Noni Madueke. Edging ever closer to goal here. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. And there it is.
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. Sue, what are your expectations from this?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Off we go, the match is underway. This is the visitors' team for today.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. The front three are going to need to link up well and make sure the central striker isn't too isolated. If it's on one side, can the other winger come in and be that second centre-forward?
Bart Schenkeveld. Juricic. Good work to recover possession. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. But that's excellent work to come and take the ball away. Roca. Now there could be a real chance developing. That's not a bad-looking ball. Plays it into the area now. And it's cleared away from goal. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Anthony. Space now to get a crossover. Well, it's no surprise to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Yeah, he's such a creative player. The close control, his agility, how technically aware he is. He's just brilliant to watch. Defenders struggle to pick him up because he's always on the move.
Well read to gain possession. It's all getting a bit scrappy in the middle right now. Anthony. Into the area it goes. And that's coolly knocked back to the keeper. Nicely played. And the first blow is delivered. 1-0. Yusuf Sabali. Diego Llorente. Sabali. Roca. Roman Perrault. Oh, yes, please. There aren't many who'd even try that. Play on is the referee's call. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Anthony. Some good work to win it there. Tete. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Good ball. Decent looking attack this. A body in the way. Perrault. Working hard to win it back there. And to go a long way with this. But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Ingerson. Nemanja Maksimovic. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. That's a good ball. And he's got behind it! But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Edging ever closer to goal here. Surely the equaliser. It's saved. Magnificent from the keeper.
Oh, that is a great save. It's so close to him. His reactions are quick, and that's really good goalkeeping.
Oh, great block. It looks the right ball. And the attack is over. Good defending. And that'll do it. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Ingerson. Nemanja Maksimovic. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. And they need to be better on the ball than that. There's a chance for them to go now. Pushing nicely upfield here. Can he finish? And a great stop to turn the ball away. And it needed a much lighter touch than that. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. Juricic. Untidy in possession there. He'll take this on. And that's a really good save. Tipped over the bar. Oh, he didn't get that right. There could be punishment coming. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Now there could be a real chance developing. Well, he's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's played well, and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
From a long way out. Some good work to win it there. There's a chance for the breakaway here. And this could be. Oh, what a really good save that was. And the ball comes in. And the corner dealt with. Promising position, this. A promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Genuine chance. Could be now. Cucho Hernandez. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Oh, that's been won really smartly. An attack of genuine promise developing. What a chance! In it goes! Level once again. What a game this is turning out to be. Well, the intention was good, but just a little too much on it in the end. It'll be a throw-in. Sverrir Ingi Ingersson. Juricic. Maximovic. Tete. A chance to deliver into the box. The danger averted for now. Oh, a great chance. And that's more than comfortable for the man in goal.
Well, if you look at that, they just haven't been good enough. You can praise the opposition for how they've defended and made it difficult for them, but you've got to shift the ball around better. You've got to have more quality with the final pass, or else it's going to be a disappointing result for them.
Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Tete. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Well, it looked so promising, but it's come to nothing. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. A free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Anthony. Anthony. Now it needs a good ball in.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's certainly cranked up a notch or two over the last 5 minutes or so. And you just think they're going to get one more big chance before the final whistle.
Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Filip Juricic. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. That's a nice cutback. And that's nice. And there's the whistle. It's a penalty. To restore the lead. And it's in. A show of composure from 12 yards out. Diego Llorente. Roman Perrault. And that's the final whistle.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. A warm welcome. Blue is the colour, football is the game, as the old song used to go. We're here at Stamford Bridge tonight in West London. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Chelsea, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
Really getting stuck in. Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with 3 players in advance of 2 holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
Palmer with it. To put them ahead. And a goal right off the bat. No wonder they're jumping for joy. Madueke. Cucurella. Moises Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Caicedo. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Nemanja Maksimovic. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Jackson. Delightful pass. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. And teammates to play it to. Oh, they've done it! A goal for Chelsea, who've got themselves on level terms. Schenkeveld. Tete. Ingerson. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Noni Madueke. Cucurella. Possession and patience, the watchwords. Straightforward save, really. Unahi. Now Juricic. Look as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Enzo Fernandez. Neto. Malo Gusto. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. And this time it's in! Fabulous goal! And just look at the celebrations. Bart Schenkeveld. Mladenovic. Nemanja Maksimovic. Sverrir Ingi Ingerson. Tete. Azzedine Unahi. Now Juricic. Unahi. Oh, that's a really good run. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Madueke. Struggling to keep the ball. On attacking possibilities, but it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Neto. Madueke. That's a good pass. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Filip Juricic. And Chelsea regaining possession. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And the last touch off the defender, so a corner coming up. Taken short. Textbook defending inside the box. Could be threatening. And he would have been disappointed had he spilled that one. Well, it's advantage Chelsea after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Enzo Fernandez. Chalobah. Neto. Caicedo. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. Moises Caicedo. Unahi. Nemanja Maksimovic. Went in strongly, decisively. Might be able to set up the chance. So Chelsea get ready for their set-piece routine, hoping to increase their lead. Still not clear. But a time for calm on the ball. Can they hit on the break? Rewarded for that brilliant high press. It's got to be! Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. The Chelsea move still flowing, advantage to them. Jackson. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Yeah, he played well.
Opportunity here. Malo Gusto. What can Chelsea do from this position? Could play it in a dangerous position. He knew he had to make the tackle and did. Filip Juricic. Determined defending. A good vision there. Must be! A routine save. And the Chelsea throw-in coming up here. Moises Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Palmer. That's a good-looking ball. And they couldn't add to their advantage.
Well, that would have put them in complete control. He should have scored there.
Well, the attacking options appear plentiful, but quick thinking defensively. Into the final 20 minutes. Palmer. Excellent vision. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Nemanja Maksimovic. Really getting stuck in. Palmer. And they keep the ball. Advantage Chelsea. Firing it towards goal. A strong hand on the ball. Well, he's certainly not alone. Opportunity to level it. And that's a very good parry.
Well, still behind here, but only due to some incredible goalkeeping. Surely it's only a matter of time if they keep piling on the pressure like this.
And looking to apply further pressure from this position. In position, and a goal, the equaliser. Superb entertainment. Chalobah. Given away by Chelsea. Mladenovic. Ingerson. Maksimovic has it. The emphasis very much on attack. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Oh, tremendous block. Well, you just never know about chances near the end. You've got to be opportunistic. Will this corner do it? Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Oh, in with a chance! And a great save to keep the scoreline level.
Well, that's what you want from your keeper. Big saves at vital times.
Now, who can he pick out? Just couldn't get it through. And a corner coming up for Chelsea. Can they make good use of it? Cleared away completely. I think the threat has been averted. High pressing and good high pressing. Who can he pick out? The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Can they forge ahead? Yes is the answer. And that could be up. So the final whistle now.
Two teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
Hello everyone, from a stadium that can proudly claim to be the largest in Andalusia, the Estadio Benito Villamarin. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary, along with Sue Smith. And with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. How do you see this one going, Sue?
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Real Betis line up?
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the wide midfielders cut in and the full-backs push on, while the defence is still protected from the two holding.
Tete. Will it open up for him? Across the line, it'll be a throw. Still going here. And it's all been sorted out by the goalkeeper. Well, it was the right idea. There might have been some interest, but it's been overdone. Sabali. That's out of play. It'll be a throw now. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Maksimovic. Juricic. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. This has to be. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger. Tete. Tete. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Chance for the lead. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop.
Still don't know how he's kept that out, Guy. But if they keep conceding chances like that, you feel it's only a matter of time.
Now the focus turns from keeping the ball out to working a chance themselves. And there it is. Oh, but the flag goes up. It's not going to count.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so as well. And he's making that clear to the assistant.
Nicely weighted crossfield ball. Looking to put the cross in. And it's a goal kick when it looked for all the world like being a goal. Really good pass. And the substitute has made the difference here. On to give them the lead. Mark Roca. Roman Perrault. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Anthony. He tried to put that just where he wanted it. That's not where it's ended up. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Decent delivery. The move has come to an end. And they've got it back now. A chance to get something going here. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. And it's opened up for him. That's crossed the line. It'll be a throw-in. Now to deliver a good ball in. Anthony. Delivered into the box. And that will be comfortably cleared away. Working hard to win it back there. Nivas, he's in here. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Tete. Good work to recover possession. Now, this might be promising. Anthony! Oh, a great catch! What a save that was! And the flag's up, so any goal wouldn't have stood anyway. But we should still praise an amazing save. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Oh, that was close. Just about the right call, though, I think. Juricic. And the defender in the right place to stop it. Having a look. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. And that's going to be it. And the game restarts. Roca. Sabali. Mark Roca. Anthony. Yusuf Sabali. Good vision to switch the play. Good work to regain possession. Out of play. Throw in to come. Roca. And this could be. You can feel his pain after seeing that fly over. Really well struck. Cucho Hernandez. A little sloppy on the ball there. An attack of genuine promise now. Not quite the accuracy he was looking for. That'll be a goal kick. In the right position to cut out the pass. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Well read to gain possession. Denied by a top draw tackle. Perot. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. He'll take this on. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Here it comes. Well, that corner far too close to the keeper, who claims it without a problem. There's good width to this attack now. Trying to set something up here. Oh, great work from the keeper. to avert the danger.
Nemanja Maksimovic. Must have switched off there as the ball is lost.
From a long way out, but it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves.
Tete.
Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Now it needs a good ball in. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. An attack of genuine promise developing. And he never really looked confident about that. It's a big miss.
Tete.
And unable to retain possession.
And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Juricic.
Could get it over now. It's cleared. And they can breathe easier. Need to get tighter here. It's all getting a bit scrappy. Hold on to the ball is the coach's shout. Could be a chance! That was seen all the way, and the save is made.
Well, with time running out, can they take advantage from this corner? Juricic.
Brilliant. More of that, please.
They're still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Decent delivery.
Oh, it's still in there.
And they've got the ball again. Now what to do with it? Could take things forward a notch here. Anthony. Trying his luck.
And they've done it. Level again with not long to go.
Nemanja Maksimovic.
Not so much given away as cleverly won.
Yusuf Sabali.
Right idea, wrong execution, I'm afraid. That's it. The ref brings it.